this works, it'll be great. I'll be very happy. We're not going to do a simulcast on Rumble. Just this is going to be a YouTube thing. People don't usually go to Rumble for development tutorials and walkthroughs and stuff. So, all right. I know this is kind of an impromptu, unplanned stream, but I need to do some bug fixing in vintage engineering, and yeah, we are. I need to swap the windows. This window and then this window. There we go. This is better. This is way better. That way I can talk, see things, and see chat at the same time. But yeah, there's been a few bugs that have been posted. One or two of which I don't know if I'm going to be able to tackle today, but the main one, the main bug I want to look at is there seems to be a bug with item duplication. Now it's baffling to me how that's happening, but people are reporting that it is happening. So if you put the bug is if you have something in the output slot, and this has been reported for the blast furnace and the mixer, but I mean it could be for something else. So one of those, it could be one or more of the machines. If you have something in the output slot and you have a recipe being made, it's just adding the same thing that's in the output slot. I don't understand how that's happening. I have a ton of fail safes in here. But if we look at like a blast furnace block entity here, let's see. Somebody posted a bug. I need to go to this or GitHub, vintage engineering issues. Crash when creating blister steel. Recipe blast furnace. Get min temp. Get min temp. Line 39 right here. Somehow, somebody crashed on that line, and that should not be possible. Like I know this stuff works. We've used it. So it was called by blast furnace block entity 347. 347 right here. Stacks of I does not equal null. Uh-huh. Current recipe.min temp. Current recipe does not equal null. So this min temp here is what this it's getting this value and it's crashing on here. So this bug, and this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this massive wall of garbage that they posted. So that looks like there is a problem. Ingredients. Ingredients. So I need to do as a fail-safe for this. Because if this value right here because the recipe, if we look at recipe, vintage engineering, assets, vintage, recipes, blast furnace, steel. Okay. Oh my god. Right in here, there can be a min temp value. I don't really document that very well. Okay, so something ingredients. How is this? The error was index was outside the bounds of the array. Where pair input, new list, this dot ingredient. The ingredient should be automatically pulled in. Index was outside the bounds. If ingredients equals no, or my ingredients dot length is not equal 4. I want to know where do we load this? See, there's craft recipe ingredient. This is all like base game stuff. Like this, I don't reinvent the wheel with this thing. So it's like I use a lot of the regular base game functionality here. Pair input. So pair input, this nasty bit of code, like looks at all of your ingredients and like it tries to look at all the recipes and match ingredients with things, and if it finds like a perfect match, then obviously it found a recipe. But the ingredients in the text file, like the JSON, the ingredients can be in any order. So how do you, right? If coke comes first and then iron, well, if they put those elements in the slots in a different order, right? Then you're looking at, well, that doesn't match exactly, but the ingredients themselves match. So how do you do that? And that's that pair input is I tried following it. I know what it does, but man, my brain just, there's multiple levels of stuff here that I just don't want to. I don't want to unpack. So there's the resolve. Oh, get name to code mapping. Okay, so this dot. I'll see this dot ingredients. For each crafting recipe ingredient. Maybe I should change that instead of a for loop. Just do a for each, and that way it's not going to go outside of the bounds. That might be a better way to go. Unless ingredients is null, and that would be bad. That would mean somebody added their own recipe that was basically empty. So not much I can do about that. Resolve. See, there's the. Okay, so rather than assume, let's not assume the ingredients, right? Let's not assume the ingredients is going to be for long, right? So for I equals 0, I is less than ingredients.length. Right? I equals 0, I equals less than ingredients.length, and now we're going through it. Because if this is the line that was crashing where the index was outside the bounds, I don't know why, because this was working. So this obviously in the blast furnace at the very least, you can't have more than 4 inputs. So, and I was only looking at it 4 times. I don't understand how this crashed. Like, I just don't. They give no information. Like, what were you crafting? What was the recipe? Like, what? When you post bugs or crash reports, put a little information in there. Okay. So the other thing we want to look at with this, maybe not the blast furnace recipe. We want to look at the block entity. So the big bug here, the duplication bug, is what are we crafting, and does that match the output? So we look at the inventory of the blast furnace. You can see slot IDs 0 to 3 input. That's 4 things. So 0 to 3 index. This is the index. Is the input. 4 is the fuel, and then index 5 is the output. So there's 1 output slot. Index 5. Which is actually the 6th slot. I know zero-based arrays can be confusing. You just get used to them. It's harder for me now working in a language that's a 1-based. There's still a few out there, but right. So zero-based arrays I just have been using for so many years that when I run into a 1-based array, it's like it just hurts. Okay, so the output slot, we don't need to worry about having multiple output slots. That's what I was concerned with, having a bunch of output slots that we had to pay attention to. So there's on pretty much all of my machines, there is a function that validates the recipe, or finds the recipe. So on sim tick, this is progressing the recipe or doing the bouncer, the update bouncer if it's sleeping. If state is on. So I typically when there's a inventory, let's see, validate inputs. Is this my fine? Oh no, that can smelt. Can smelt. So the blast furnace is a little unique because there's a ton of code in here that I translated and migrated from the base game. Just because of how the base game runs the smelting. It just sort of abstracts the smelting right now. So let's see. I obviously don't validate match.output matchable smelt. See, yeah, this is where block smelting container gets this is a base game call right here, right? So if match does not equal null, current recipe, alloy recipe. Wait, why do I get single smeltable stack matched? Ah, right. If match does not equal null, which means we matched a base game alloy or smeltable, right? Iron ingots or whatever, tin bronze. That means matched will not be null. So if match does not equal null, then current recipe equals null, alloy recipe equals null, num active blowers equals 2. So we check to see if if it's iron bloom, right? And num active blowers equals 2. If that is true, this is kind of an undocumented feature. If you have 2 active blowers and the output is going to be iron bloom, actually make the output iron ingot. So you can craft iron ingots directly if you have 2 active blowers. I don't think I've documented that anywhere in the mod. That's just one of those little things. If somebody crafted iron blooms and left 2 blowers going, you're gonna get iron ingots instead. I don't know why I'm yawning. Oh, my breathing is out of whack. I'm trying to narrate what I'm doing. So nowhere in here am I validating the output. Right? That's a problem. Validate inputs. World stacks matched on output. Validate. That's a Boolean. So if validate output, smelt the stack equals match. So I think in validate inputs, I might need. I need to either add a validate output, or I need to do it in validate input. Because I'm getting the output, right? I'm seeing what the output is. But I'm not validating. If validate input, smelt stack equals null, return false. This checks for validated recipes. Okay. But we need, this is returning true. So can smelt, obviously, probably not where we want to do this. Where is this called from? Find matching recipe. There, I knew it was in here somewhere. Yeah, find matching recipe. This is the master list of, or this is the function that I basically do all of this in. Now the big issue here is do we want a custom error message in the machine? If input's empty. Recipe progress. So one thing I could do is if input's empty or current recipe equals null or elevator smells equals null, return 0. Else, return recipe time divided by total craft time. What I could do is make sure that recipe progress is only done if the output is empty. Right? So if we go to our, do we have a inputs? Has room in output. Because I think what I want to do is just make sure that before the machine starts crafting that it is empty. Or put it a better way, that the yeah, the slot ID equals 0, force stack equals null. Yeah, if pass ID is for both outputs. Item out. Inventory 5 down. Item stacked. Are collectible that max stack size. Inventory dot 5 max stack size. Yeah, I don't do any. I don't do any validation that the item is that is crafting is actually if slotted equals 0, force stack equals null. This is a catch-all that just is any all outputs. But there's only one output, right? Because these are a lot of my machines are very similarly coded because once they were working, I didn't want to reinvent the wheel. But this was, I don't know. How do we detect? Let's collapse some of these recipe stuff. Well, we have current recipe, alloy recipe, matched smeltable stack. Okay, let's go to not progress. Yeah, current recipe, alloy recipe, smeltable stack. So yeah, smeltable stack, current recipe, alloy recipe. If we need to check if any of those are not null, right? So has room in output. If inventory slot dot is not empty, right? If it's empty, we're good. If it's not empty, then we need to check, right? We need to check if current recipe is not equal null. If inventory of 5. Remember, the output slot is indexed 5 dot item stack dot collectible dot code. No. What? Dot code dot path. Well, yeah, code dot equals. I don't think code is an object, so I want to like path. Inventory of 5 dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot path does not equal current recipe dot outputs of 0 dot code dot path. If inventory 5 dot item stack collectible dot code dot path does not equal the current recipe dot outputs. Remember, there's only going to be one output, right? There's only one output. So outputs of 0 is that output. It's an array. The object is an array because a lot of my other machines allow multiple outputs, and because the objects are standardized, it has to be an array because it's all the code is standardized. So, but yeah, outputs of 0 dot code dot path. So if these are not equal, return false. Okay. Now, if alloy recipe is not equal null, basically the same thing. And then this is going to be alloy recipe dot output. This is a base game recipe, right? This is a base game recipe. So alloy recipe dot output dot code dot path. If these are not equal, right? If what's in inventory is not that. Okay. And so now, if matched, what is that called? Smeltable stack, I think. Yeah, match smeltable stack does not equal null. Basically the same thing. Smeltable stack dot output. Yeah, that one is a lowercase again. Dot collectible dot code dot path. Okay. Now, this gets called a couple different places, and as you can see, both places pass in 0 and null, which is this one here. But slot ID was on for stack. Okay. Right. So item stack, for stack, this is inventory slot dot empty, return true, else. Now here, because this is going to have this 4 stack item, we can just do a direct comparison to what's in there. We can take this 4 stack, which is an item stack, dot collectible. Yeah. Collectible is the base class of both blocks and items. So blocks and items are both collectible. So that's why the collectible class is the one that has a lot of the comparisons of code and stuff, because it's a shared, it's the object that all the other objects derive from. So this is why Project Zomboid coding frustrates me to no end, because imagine this mod, just imagine this mod, where every machine, right? Every single machine was one object. Right? The blast furnace, metal press, everything was one blob giant object, right? And it was just like you were tweaking little variables here and there. But all of the variables for all of the machines all had to be in one object. It would be a grotesquerie. Plus, it would be so ridden with bugs that it would just, oh. So now okay. If we're in here, we can assume a few things, right? We can assume 4 stack is not null because this is that check. We can assume that the inventory slot we're comparing, right, is ID 5 because we have this check. And we can assume that that slot ID is not empty because of this check, right? So this call should be very safe because we're doing a lot of sanity checks to ensure that we can detect it. And then if the item stack to collectible code path does not equal the stack we're comparing for, then return false. We don't have room in the inventory for it. It's got something in it, and they don't equal one another. If it passes this, then we go to get remaining slot space, right? This is a base game call that says I'm passing in the stack. How much more room there is there in the slot for that stack? Because now we know that they're equal. And if the stack is full, if the stack size equals the max stack size, then it will be 0. So this will return false. But if it's got room in it, it would return true, which means, hey, we have room in output. So this should prevent item duplication, right? I did it. It should prevent item duplication because we have in this on sim tick, right? We are calling that, and we're doing the call before we do any recipe progress, right? This is the recipe progress function, and it's saying, nope, if we don't have any progress, then bounce out of there, return out of there, don't do anything with it. Now, with the GUI, well, the blast furnace, I don't think does the blast furnace have a big dialog box? Let's see. Update, yeah. Output text, inset. So, where is the get text? Get progress, no, get help text. Okay. If be any current recipe, current alloy recipe. So these are calling the block entity functions. Now, a smart thing to do. Inputs empty, fuel slot empty, has room and output right there. We already pull that value, right? So this call will return false, which will print out output is full. So, okay. The other block that was reported as doing this, I'm gonna literally have to check all of them because, yeah, I'm gonna have to check all of them. And I had a thought or two. It might have been two thoughts about the power system and how might we optimize a little bit on the power system. And I would love a discussion, including Oz, who's probably not paying attention. So my thought for the power system was the ticking of the electric network would only tick storage and producers. And remember, the electric network ticks 4 times a second, which is plenty fast. I mean, that's plenty fast. That's why all of the power ratings of all of the everything in the mod, everything is power per second rather than power per tick, right? Because the machines tick faster than the network does. There's no need to tick the network faster. There's just not. But everything is rated in power per second because that's the commonality between everything, right? So the network can tick, hey, what is the power? Give me the power from, the last delta time, which is the last time the power network ticked. And then the machines can tick 10 times a second and use their power, as needed. But anyway, so my thought was the network basically ticks and pulls all the producers in storage and builds in the tick event, it builds a profile or a pool of available power, right? It's saying we have this many generators producing this much power per second. The generators themselves report, because I was trying to think about this in terms of some of the infrastructure that we already have and not trying to reinvent the wheel. So the network tick pulls all the producers in the storage and says, here's how much power we have available right now, right? Because the networks themselves, the different tiers of network, for each tick, for each given second, I should say, will be able to provide a maximum amount of power. So even if you have 100 batteries, all fully charged with 50,000 power on an LV network, the LV network itself will only be able to transmit a small amount of power per second, right? So you could think of it as like 1,000 power per second. Let's just throw a number out there. So the LV network, if they're all connected into one LV network, even though there's thousands and thousands of power in storage, the network in any given second will only provide 1,000. So that's a nice hard cap on the network itself. So the network can just pull all the producers and all the batteries and say, hey, do we have enough power to get us up to that limit? And if we do, then we can just report that as the pool of power we have available. And then the machines, rather than having power pushed into the machines, the machines request power. Right? Whatever order that they tick is not really relevant. But the machine will tick and say, I need 3 power. I need 50 power. I need 25 power. Blah, 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 blah. And the network will track somehow the pool of power until it's ticked again. And it will only allow that much power to be depleted in between seconds, right? You could even tick the network once a second because you're not really seeing much. But then we have to think about, like, how do you, so that, like, because, like, I think Oz suggested a few weeks ago that the network itself have a well of power. It has a internal well of power available to it, and that getting drawn by the machine. And I've been bouncing that idea around in my head for a while, and I'm just like, is that a better system? Right? Rather than having to track and tick all of the entities every time. Because if a machine is sleeping, it doesn't need to really tick its power all that often. So we could supplement the power system a little bit. I don't know what the entry point would be and I might have to fork the code and work on that for a little bit. And then the other feature, so that was one that I had for the power system to address some of the bugs that have been cropping up. I mean, the power system I have is like the third iteration. I spent a better part of a year working the nitty-gritty details on that. And yeah, I would scrap it and completely restart it. I did that twice. So if anybody out there has experience with a Minecraft mod or with an API of a really good way to approach an electrical network or any sort of network ticking, where you have multiple components, any one of which could be not loaded, could be null. That's another bug I have to fix. So getting back, it's just something to think about. I don't really ever get a huge amount of input on this, but I still put it out there. Like, I'm open to new ideas on how to tackle it. I tried to standardize using Minecraft Forge as a baseline. So my iElectrical block entity right? A lot of this functionality, especially like receive power, extract power, cheat, like these two functions are almost identical to Minecraft Forge in terms of like what their intention is. So I loosely, very loosely based the electrical network system on how I understood or how I saw Forge, because I wanted to build an API that could interface with any number of mods. And this is the block entity interface that I used to do that. Now I added a bunch of other, quick references. As you can see, like current power has many references. So these are I can't really reinvent this, but trying to work within the realm of this would be something that I could look into. But yeah. Anyway, back to things and stuff. So if we look at let's look at the mixer next, because this is the other the other machine that I know. I mean, somebody even did a video showing me the bug, so I know the video, or I know this is a thing. So yes, um, I was slide for slide ID 6 for items, 7 for fluids. Okay, so yeah, the mixer is a little quirky. This is a very complex machine. It's got 4 item inputs with a fluid input, or 2 fluid inputs. I think it's 2 fluid inputs, and 1 item output and 1 fluid output. So it's like, this is probably my least tested machine. And again, yes, there is no code in here. So I think the find matching recipe sets a current recipe variable. Current recipe. Okay, so in here, if current recipe does not equal null. So inventory 6.empty. So inventory 6, item slot 6 is the item, right? So when it comes to fluid, like I don't know what I don't know what this is supposed to be. I don't remember this at all. Item out. Oh. Item out equals 64. Okay. Um if inventory of 6 dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot path does not equal current recipe dot outputs. I'm gonna have to look. dot code dot path return. Or I could just say item out equals 0. So it looks like I have to because there's two different possible outputs. Else. So if item out, if current recipe does not equal null, okay. If inventory 6, that item stack collectible that code path does not equal current recipe that code path, okay. I have to validate that outputs of 0 is the item and not the fluid. So that would have been nice to have that as my tooltip. So I'm going to go down to recipes and recipe mixer. Doodaloo. Outputs. Where are my outputs? Return outputs. But yeah, I use the base game like barrel recipe stuff for this. So return outputs. Recipe outputs in any order. Where? Barrel output stack. So the problem with this is this is not guaranteed to be the item. If current recipe dot outputs of 0 dot type equals dot item. So enum item class item and block. That's all you get. uh but what about let's do find matching recipe. Okay. Um okay. So I only look at mixer recipes. I'm not looking at base game barrel recipes. So that's going to help. But I really thought that I had uh barrel recipe up and clone should be in liquid. Because remember, the recipe can have one output that is a fluid. You could have one output that is an item. You could have two outputs, one of each. right? So you're like, this is why coding mod like this is really complex. And I know I did it to myself. I mean, I'm the one that designed the machine. So, um, but the mixer is like is one of the top most powerful machines in the mod right now. Like the mixer has an immense amount of features to it. It was the last machine that the second to last machine that I implemented, and probably the most complex recipe, and incidentally the least tested. I know it works, but it's got bugs in it for sure. If instead of doing this, because I don't care if it's an item or block, it doesn't matter if it's an item or block. For some reason, there's no type of fluid. So it would have been nice to have a fluid type, and that way it would have been a classification of the material that it was just, this is a fluid. But we can go if current recipe dot outputs of 0. Well, dot should be in liquid slot. Current recipe dot outputs of 0. Oh, I don't think that's an output stack dot item resolved item stack. And then not. Okay. So now current recipe should be in liquid slot, right? So it's going to pass in the outputs of 0. And then I negate it. So if this is true, should be in liquid slot, then I want to change that to false and skip this. If this is false, this will change it to true, and I'll go in here and double check this. Because I want to make sure this and this are both items, which is what this does. And then else, if current recipe dot outputs dot length is greater than 1, and well, yeah, the other item can only if this is a liquid, then this has to be an item because you can't have two liquid outputs, right? If you misform a recipe, it's going to crash. That's the indication that you misformed a recipe. Outputs of 1. Right. So now we're looking at the first item. If outputs of 0 is a liquid and the length is greater than 1, right? Where there's more than one output, then let's look at output 2, which is index 1. Sorry, we're looking at the second output as the item. And if either of those fail, then item out equals 0, because we obviously don't have any space. And that's only if current recipe does not equal null. If current recipe is null, which is weird because how are you calling this when current recipe is null? Then item out equals the max stack size. Though I need to do inventory of 6. There's a better way to do this. Dot get remaining slot space for stack. Inventory of 6 dot item stack. Okay. Inventory 6. Okay. So if inventory 6.empty, then item out equals 64, which is like whatever. Now, the water or the fluid, man, I'd if not basically have to do the same code to check the fluid. So we're going to do get containable props. Props is not equal null. Fluid out equals 0. Or if props watertight container props. Yeah, that's a well that's a like a catch-all. If watertight props are null, that means whatever is in that slot isn't a fluid. So how did it get into the fluid slot? To me, this is how. Yeah, the barrel. Like I did a lot of this code from based on the barrel because when you make like mortar or because see the barrel you can put stuff in the barrel, but it's not. It shows in the barrel, but it's actually an item. It's just bizarre. But that's a catch-all, so I don't need to care about that. Okay, so now we want to take the negation off of this. So now this thing is saying, all right, um, now it's saying if outputs of 0 is a liquid, right? Then we need to change this to 7, and this to 7. So if outputs of 0 is a liquid, then check 7 against output 0. And all I'm doing here is detecting their code. I'm just validating it's the same item. And then if current recipe, if this is false, and we again have more than one output, then check the second output for the same thing. And if either of those fail, like if they go in here, and these are not equal, then fluid out equals 0. This is never called. Current recipe does not equal null. If current recipe is null, uh, what I could do, I'm finding a possible bug here with my logic. If current recipe does not equal null, which will happen most of the time when this is called, because it's literally called to validate there's room in the output. So current recipe, it needs to be not null. But this will never get called, right? Item out, blah blah blah. That will literally will never get called. Dot. Yeah. So instead of having this in here, what I need is I need to take this away. And then set if item out does not equal 0. Do this. Right? Because item out, we can set this to like 50 or 60 or even 64. Let's not initialize it to 0. Let's initialize it to a value. Check this. Check this. If either of those pass, it'll be 0. If it's 0, we don't do this. But if it isn't 0, then we want to get the actual item out space, which resets this to whatever we have left. I don't even need to do that because we've already done it up here. The same with the fluid, right? Fluid out equals 0, equals 0, equals 0. If fluid out does not equal 0, then run it. YouTube recommendations. Well, welcome. What did you search for? What kind of content do you usually watch? I'm kind of curious. You got a vintage engineering dev stream here. Okay, so fluid out does not equal 0, which means it passed muster, right? None of this stuff happened. So get the actual capacity remaining in the slot. And then we don't need to do that again. And then at the end of it, basically say, hey, if either of those are true, or actually both of those have to be true, or it has room in output. We need to do the same thing down here. Unfortunately. Unrelated. That's good. You know, just dip your toe into the pool of stuff you haven't ever seen before. 10-year-old YouTube channel that's still grinding away at content.
Well, hopefully you enjoy the content.
It's good to know that the YouTube algorithm, you know, is at least trying. It's not.
Yeah.
It's.
There's times where it seems like it's working against you more than for you.
Yeah. Or it's just the middle of the day and YouTube is like, I got nothing else better to do. I'll just recommend flexible games. Why not? Okay, so this empty true. So this is my other. Do we have any calls? See, we don't call it ever with this in mind. Ooh, the end of your day. You must be. I don't know. End of the day. Like. I'm trying to think of like where the sun would be, where the end of the day would be. Way Eastern Europe, maybe? Maybe like even as I don't know. I think India would be dark, so it would be very end of the day. Unless end of day you literally mean midnight, and then
I interpreted it as like end of work day.
yeah, kind of how I
yeah.
thought of it too. Under the horizon.
Under the horizon. Wow. Yeah. So yeah,
Australia
probably
maybe?
Europe or yeah, could be Australia.
Australia, Philippines, I don't know. So
And
here
we don't mean to pry.
Yeah, I'm trying to dox you. Just,
Yeah.
I'm geographically dyslexic sometimes. The other day, I, I, I swapped Iowa and Ohio. Somebody was talking about getting material, getting a shipment from Iowa that literally took less than a day to get, and I'm like, wow, that must have been a long amount of driving. But no, Iowa is a lot closer than I thought. I kind of swapped the locations in my mind. Okay, so for this, we're not really calling this code at all. Neither of the two calls that we have, we use this twice. Neither of those come in here. Ooh, that that is. It looks Indian, but it could be. Yeah, there's a lot of subtle languages that use diacritical marks like that in the area. Um, but anyway, so I on this particular machine, I really don't think we need to do anything with this code because it's just not called. This code will never run. All right, so the mixer and the blast furnace have recipe validation now, or at least item out validation. Now I'm worried that literally none of my other machines do. Um, so like I wonder if let's see, inventory. Where's my initialize? Late initialize. Um, slots of 5 dot. Storage type of this slot. I remember seeing that before. Storage type dot enum storage flags equals dot. Item can be placed in a slot related to my instrument. I was hoping to get like a dot access. No, I was hoping to like set the slot as like you can only pull stuff out of it. You can't put stuff into it. But I don't know of any vanilla thing that allows you to do that. There's storage flags that say, hey, like you can only put like a piece of clothing or something in this. But I don't remember ever seeing a UI or like there's not very many things in the game that actually have UIs. What is going on here? um, this is my main big mod project for the game Vintage Story, which I highly recommend. Um, but we can go Um, there it is. Jesus, it just took a while. This here, vintage engineering. Okay, so this is the mod in the game that I'm working on. This is my big uh my opus. My what do you call it? Just a giant project. But yeah, it's a mod inspired by immersive engineering. Outdated, oh, really? By like 2 versions, maybe? Jesus. Okay. Warning. Like, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know how many mods we're up to now. There's when I first started modding this game, there were only like 70 mods. Now there's well over 1,200. But yeah, so it's a giant mod for Vintage Story, and I'm just going in and fixing bugs today. Um, but yeah, if you like survival games, if you like building, crafting survival games, then Vintage Story is a phenomenal. It's superior in every way to Minecraft. The only thing it's lacking is the 10-year mod history of Minecraft, like the development en masse of just giant mods. So, but that's getting, as time goes on, more and more people are doing pretty big mods for it. So it's picking up a lot of steam, and that's a good thing because I think it's a phenomenal mod project. It's by far the best modding API that I've ever had or have ever seen for a game, like bar none. Factorio comes close, but Factorio is limited in like what kind of game it is. Right? You're not going to be able to mod Factorio into being anything but a sort of a top-down game. With Vintage Engineering or Vintage Story, you can mod. There's a magic mod. There's just like Minecraft, you can mod tons and tons and tons of stuff with it. And I've got 13 mods for this game, 12 or 13. Um, okay, so we need to check. Like that was a sidetrack. We need to check all the other machines, basically, to validate. Basically use this kind of code to validate the other machines, because I have a feeling that this dupe bug is pervasive. So we want to go to has room and output. And again, you can see there is a definite call. Okay. For int I equals 2, I is less than 4. Okay, so I need to basically copy this, this. We'll have a good day. Have fun.
Harsh but honest.
Yeah, it doesn't actually tell me when you disconnect. So that little message that you put up, disconnect, that's that's totally fake, by the way. I've been doing this for 10 years. Okay, so inventory of I. So we want to copy inventory of I. Inventory I dot empty inventory I dot text. Okay. The problem is the was it TeamSpeak? Oh, okay. I don't know if I've ever used TeamSpeak.
Discord kind of pushed it out of the way.
Yeah. Um, okay. So the problem with this is, I mean, the CNC. Slot output IDs are ID 1 and 2. Pass in slot ID 0 for stack was uh, ID equals 2 and I is less than 4. Well, this output slot IDs are ID 1 and 2. This is checking 2 and 3. Okay, well, I have to go to the inventory then. Inventory CNC. Okay. Slot ID greater than 3 is null. Like, yeah, it's 0, 1, and 2. And 3? What? Slot index is 0 is input. 1 is, oh, the program. Right. 2 and 3. ID 1 is the program. That way, I'm not going to be confused. Output slot IDs are slot ID 2 and 3. This code was right. This was wrong. So, why do I need 2 outputs? Why do I need 2 outputs? 2 and 3. I mean, the CNC is basically at this point a clay former. I don't know why I need 2 outputs for this, but you know, it is what it is. But I think the recipe is only making one thing, right? So, this needs to be changed a little bit. Current recipe dot output dot clay forming recipe. Yeah. Is there more to this machine? Recipe stuff. Current recipe. Yeah. I don't have any infrastructure in this machine right now to like handle crafting of things. That was all going to come later. Okay. So has room in out. output. There it is. So the output we don't need this because there's only one output. I don't think we need an if statement. Okay. If inventory of I dot item stack dot collectible collectible path does not equal return false. So, like the scenario of you're making crucibles. You put clay in, you put the crucible in. It's making crucibles. You got 8 crucibles. You remove the crucible out of the program, and now you go to make whatever bowls. The crucibles are still in the output. This thing would trigger return false, and it would not craft, even though there's another slot available, right? It's not going to craft because this first check, it's going to look at the inventory of I, which initially would be 2. It's going to check, it's going to see crucibles, and that's not going to match the bowl. So it's going to return false. I don't think I'm going to nitpick and be like, oh, there's this slot open. It's like, no. You're crafting one thing and you go to craft another thing. You have to empty out the output first before it will craft the new thing. Right? Because there's a whole pipe system in the mod to automatically pull things out. Like, there's no reason why you have just a bunch of stuff sitting in a machine. So, so this then says if the inventory, so if the first one matches, it skips it, and then the second one, the inventory will be empty. It will return true. If I equals 2 and, right? So the first output, if the first output is empty, then return true. The first output is not empty, but the item match and their stack size return true. If the items match and the stack size, that if the stack is full, it doesn't do anything. It goes to the next one. So ID or I will equal 3. There's not the check on it's empty. Because if we're on ID 3, that means ID 2 was full. So now we're on 3. So inventory.empty, because I don't want the craft, right? I don't want the craft to override what's in there already. That would be bad. So inventory of I.empty is not even called on ID 3. So it goes into the else, checks ID 3, inventory of 3. Item stack to collectible, if it doesn't match, if current recipe is not equal, no. If inventory, I hate when it does that. Inventory of I. Come on. fingers. Do the right thing. Dot empty. And if not. I don't want to check the item stack if it's empty because that would throw an exception. Right? So if the second slot is empty, current recipe does not equal null. I'm just talking my way through the logic here. Current recipe does not equal null. If the second slot is empty, it doesn't even check that. So this does check. Look at that. It does check equality. That is nice. Um, if inventory of I dot empty is true, right? It'll skip this, come down here, and be very angry. Yeah, it would be very, very angry. I don't think I can keep this here. Right? I don't know. Somebody could test this. I could test it really quick. Make a couple crucibles, change the program to a bowl, put that in there, and see where the bowls go. So we can look at has room in output here. Where is the references to this? 374. Okay. If recipe progress has room in output is empty, need a new stack. Okay. So this checks the first slot, comes around, checks the second slot. Else, no room in main output. How do we get in here? Machine says top one full. Find equals do continue. So this will spit items out into the world. Yeah. Because this failed. But if there's something in both slots, then we validate. Right? We actually validate it. So that I think that'll work. All right. Creosote oven has really? I don't. That's the inventory. Let's look at the right thing. Creosote oven. I was like, why am I not seeing it? A little worried there for a second. Um, okay. Slot ID 2 and 3. So this is another machine, or this is another thing that you can have item and fluid outputs. Um, Inventory 2 is the item. So if we go, we can close the CNC, the mixer. So item out, we're going to do 64. Fluid out, we're going to do 50. Current recipe. I started using underscores for my local variables because I was getting a little untenable. Come on. Oh my god. I could actually type today. Jesus. Inventory of 6. Which is not right. 2. 2. Current recipe. That should be in liquid slots. Outputs. Okay. 2 references here. Again, nobody uses a specific version. But anyway. So then we go to the mixer and we say if item out. Equals equal, or does not equal 0. Then get the remaining slot. Okay. Now we don't need this else. Okay, and then the fluids come down here, grab these, copy. Come down here, we have fluids. Grab this and that. Yeah, I know. I really should refactor all my code, but all right, let's change this up. 3, 3. Just validating all of that. We don't need this else. I like how somebody took time out of their day to tell me that I'm just not somebody who watches.
Yeah, a little weird.
Like, why am I here? Why did it's like I'm bribing YouTube to have random people come to my channel? Like, what do you think I control that shit? YouTube thought, hey, maybe check look at this. Maybe you like it. Maybe you don't. I don't care. Whatever.
I knew it.
Yeah. You think if I could bribe YouTube to send me viewers, do you think I would have 8 people in here right now? I would have 80,000 people in here right now. This would be the most riveting stream in the world. It would be funny though. Just a casual stream like this, there's 80,000 people just chilling. Be like, what? I wouldn't even know. I would think like there was a glitch in the Matrix or something. That's what I would think. I'd be like, what is going on? Anyway, do hit that like button though. Whether you're here randomly or not, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Now, again, I don't think we're not using it. We're just using it to check the slots. If inventory of slot ID dot item stack dot code collectible dot code is not equal for stack dot collectible dot code. Why did it think I had slot? Huh. Anyway. If inventory slot ID that item stack to collectible code does not equal 4 stack to collectible code, return false. Because you're literally passing in an ID and a stack. So if the inventory is not empty, right? If that specific slot is not empty, and you're checking to to see if I can put more shit in there, I want to validate the shit is the same shit. So okay. Crusher. This is a monster of a machine. This thing is a crazy pain in the ass. I'm going to skip it for now. Recipe stuff. So again, we have current recipe. So has room in output. Oh Lord. I really didn't anticipate people cheating with these machines. This is a minimal. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Just bare bones, like absolutely bare bones. Calls. Like these are just like crazy calls. You know, I'm just assuming people, you know, just don't cheat ever. As you can see, I've also, you know, changed my naming conventions as I go. But okay, so extruder. I believe only ever has one output. No, no, it can have more than one output. Shit. Extruder recipe. It should have one input, one die slot, and one output. Okay. I guess the extruder can't have multiple outputs. We can look at extruder, right? Outputs. Okay. I think the metal press can have multiple outputs. So slot ID 1. Outputs.code.path. If slot ID.empty, return true. Else, or if current recipe is not equal to null, if the items don't match, return false. Really simple, straightforward. If the items match, then just return the stack size available. Stack size is less than max stack size. Now, there is a slight problem with this because some recipes output more than one thing. If inventory of one dot stack size is less than inventory of slot ID dot item stack dot collectible dot max, come on, max stack size plus current recipe of outputs dot stack size. So what this does, right? We're gonna check if the current recipe is not equal to null, which this should pretty much always be the case, because we're checking if the item has room in the output, which means we're checking. Obviously we know that we have an item to output. If the stack size of what's in there is less than or equal to its max stack size plus what we're crafting and how many we're crafting, right? So if there's 63 items in there that's stacked to 64, and we're trying to craft 3 of those in one recipe set, 63 plus 3 is not less than or equal to stack size, which means it's false. We don't have room in the output. Now, yes, I could still spit them out of the machine, but that is not ideal and could, in an extreme case, cripple performance of a machine. Like if let's say you're crafting LV wire, and we go here and we look at this, right? LV wire crafts 12 at a time, right? It does not take many crafts of this to fill up the slot, and therefore they would be dumped on the ground, and in large numbers, items on the ground, they're literally entities, individual, they do not stack, unlike Minecraft. Minecraft, you can take a stack of 64 things, throw it onto the ground, and it's a singular item that is a stack of 64 things. With Vintage Story, you take a stack of 64 things, you throw it on the ground, now you have 64 things on the ground. Right? It can very quickly overwhelm a server, which is why anybody out there who has used my World Eater, my flexible tools mod, the World Eater, when you're using area based, you're doing a 5x5, or you're doing a vein mine, it doesn't drop anything on the ground if you have inventory space. It automatically pushes that stuff into your inventory. Right? It will drop stuff on the ground if your inventory fills. But it prefers to fill your inventory first directly. And while a lot of people might not like that feature exists to protect server performance and your client. Because if you have, in my early tests of that tool, right, I would be mining a 5x5 through a mountain. There would be thousands of things on the ground, and my FPS would just evaporate. So that is why the World Eater does what it does. And anybody thinks that that is a bug, it is not. Not dropping stuff on the ground is intended. Just want to clarify that. So you want to avoid that, and that's what this code is going to try to do. Right? So we're going to check the max stack size with the stack size plus the output stack size. And if it exceeds, or if max stack size is less than because if it's equal to, then it's a valid one. But if max stack size is less than the stack size we have plus the output, right? Let's say we have 63. The output is 3, so that would be 66. Max stack size is 64. That would be false. 66 is not less than 64. It would return false and say we don't have room. Rather than spit them all out on the floor, right? My fingers. I don't know if I just got a keyboard that my brain just can't handle, but like I misclick or mistap keys all the time. It's really annoying. Okay, so let's go to the grinder. Oh no, the grinder was that's the recipe grinder. I don't have a grinder. I did everything in the crusher. So yeah, I don't have a grinder. Extruder we just did. Fluid tank doesn't matter. Forge only has like the item slot on a forge can only ever handle one item. Period. You can only ever put one item in the slot. Right? The input slot. Yeah. If you look at the inventory of the forge, I hard set the slot capacity to 1. Now, it has an output slot, which I may rethink down the road, but this thing works now. I think somebody mentioned, God, I seem to remember somebody mentioning there was a bug with this. But I think that was a base game. I don't know. I'd have to look at the Vintage Engineering chat. It would go back a few weeks. Somebody mentioned something with the forge and the pipes moving the items with the forge, and it. I can't remember what it was, but all right. Let's look at the kiln. The kiln is a crazy. This is a crazy machine because it has like 9 output slots. It's stack size. Most of everything you make in the kiln, you fire in clay. So output slot ID is 1 to 9. Your input is one thing, but you can have 9 outputs. I don't think I have a kiln recipe. Oh, I do. Shit. Right, you can process iron bloom and blister steel in it. That's right. So if we look at this, you can have you can have bits come out. Okay. So, this, because we have so many different outputs, I might tackle this one a little bit differently. I do want to validate this if statement, right? Like, if the inventory stack size is good, we also want to validate if current recipe does not equal null. If inventory of I dot item stack dot collectible dot code equals or does not equal inventory or current recipe dot outputs of 0 dot code. Well, continue. Continue. What continue does is it stops execution of this loop and it goes back and it basically does the next iteration. It's just like, nope, just continue on. So this is we're checking the stack size. It's like, oh, we have room in the stack, but is it the same item? we have room, but is it the same item? Now let's look at the recipe for the kiln. Yeah, the fired pottery stuff typically doesn't stack because it has a bunch of custom data in it. Like crock pots have all the food and stuff data in them, so they don't stack. But the kiln itself can have multiple outputs. How the hell are we going to handle this without getting insane with the code? Um, I'm assuming we have calls at 0 and null. We do. GUI kiln is also 0 and null. But we do have 0 and output, and these do match the code because we have a specific slot ID and a specific thing. But remember, there can be more than one output here, so we might not be comparing apples to apples. If inventory outputs 0, and then we say and current recipe dot outputs dot length is greater than 1. If inventory if if the inventory code does not equal outputs of 0 code, and outputs dot length. Well, see, I want to do an or right this. Just a bad way of doing it. This or outputs dot length is greater than 1, and inventory of I dot item stack dot collectible dot code is not equal current recipe dot outputs of 1 dot code. One of the things I really wish I could do, and do it in a really good way, was add comments, like inline comments to JSON. I I I do not know why JSON doesn't allow you to put comments in it. It just bothers me that I can't put code comments in here. You can, but you have to format it in a way that does that. But it's just so annoying that the format itself doesn't allow it. But so this is a single output. Oh, that's a blast furnace. Where's the kiln? Okay. I'm pretty sure 2 outputs is about the max. Recipe kiln. So what do we use? We don't use a recipe for basic firing. What do we use? Combustible properties? The way to find out how this works is to do the find matching recipes. Right? So we look at the first thing we look at is we grab the combustible props, but we pull the recipe first. We oh no. Let's see. We grab the recipes. So my first check here, if the combustible props are null and the recipe list, like if there's no actual recipes defined, if neither of those are true, then bomb out because there's nothing to do. Otherwise, combustible props gets grabbed. And then we check the recipes. For every recipe in here, we see if our input slot matches that matches current recipe. C properties not equal no, smelting type. Where I ignore cooking recipes, so they can't be cooking. But baking properties is essentially like what firing does. So baking properties, C properties are smelted stack. C properties. Okay, so combustible props is the other thing. That's the other thing we have to pay attention to is the combustible props. So the C properties. So current recipe or C properties. These are the two things that control this machine. Okay. God. Oh. Okay. So the local variable output. If current recipe is not equal to null, then grab the first output code. Because that a code is an asset location. So if current recipes equals null, then grab the C properties. So if current recipes is not equal to null or C properties does not equal null, because those are the two things controlling this. Dot copy, clone. How about I just do a string? Dot code. Dot path. Code. Path. The path is usually fine. Okay. So it bothers me. The one thing that bothers me is there could be two outputs. So what are we comparing? So the L output here is now like hmm, string L output 2 equals current recipe dot outputs dot length greater than 1 question mark. Oh, greater than 1 question mark. Current recipe dot outputs of 1 dot code dot path or string dot empty. Okay. If outputs dot length is greater than 1, uh outputs of 1 dot code dot path. So we grab the second basically the string of the second output. Like it's just something that I can organize in my brain. Um so let's see here. Does not equal L output or if the inventory does not equal the output, the first output, I'm getting lost in the weeds here. I'm going to move this here. Okay. So if inventory doesn't equal the first output and because this will be string.empty. So the odds of this item stack.collectible hold up pound. This will almost always fire. If we got one, if we have one ingredient or one output, this will be not equal to the first. This could be, if this is equal. If this is equal, this won't be equal. Most likely. Yeah. Why am I struggling with this? This is the goddamn circuit network all over again with factorial. Like, why? The logic behind this is knotted because I have to check. So the first one is just when slot ID equals 0 and force stack equals null. Is just like, do we have room in output at all? I don't think I can put an or right here because if item stack collectible or code of does not equal the first output, or does not equal the second output. Well, an or, that would almost always be true. If it's, I just want to, let's just get rid of those. And I know there's a lot of coding standards and practices out there that say do not have like more than 3 nested ifs in a function. There's a bunch of there. I'm trying to fix duplication bugs in the output of the machines. Almost every machine has a flaw where if it has something in it, if the output has something in it, there was no validation that the recipe you're crafting matches the thing that's in the output. So what I'm trying to do is validate the current recipe. It's like, hey, what is the current recipe? What does it output? And does it match the item that you're comparing it to? Now we have a case where when you pass in an actual value to slot ID and force stack, these actually double check these. So I'm not entirely sure why the bug was happening because these checks should be happening unless there was an error with the code, like the code comparison equality. So I could do like code.path, and that is a string, which is a much more direct comparison. I could even like 2 lower like that and just like really ensure. But it tends to be lowercase anyway. But we can validate that. I'm just working my way down the machines. We don't have many left, but having multiple So this machine has multiple different ways that it's used. So we have a recipe and we have the C properties, which is the combustion props from the base game, right? Which is used when you fire clay items. So the kiln can be used to fire clay items. That was used the combustion props. I don't have to introduce a new recipe for any. And fired clay items usually don't stack. Some of them do, like molds and things. Those do stack. So it's not a one size fits all rule, and that's the linchpin. Is we have like way different functionality here. So I'm gonna take you away. If C properties is not equal, so we're gonna split these two out. I think a hard and fast rule will be like in all of my recipes, the first output is always like the main output, right? Um, and yes, you can process blister steel in the kiln. It is a thing. Um, so I mean, I could simplify this tremendously if I just uh, if I do else bool equal if L output equals inventory of I dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot path equal wow if L output 2 equals inventory of I dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot path equals true. If current recipe dot output dot length is greater than 1 and I'm trying to do this simply, not elegantly. There's probably a myriad of elegant ways to do this. But I'm just like, if the inventory of the slot we're looking at, right, if it's equal, or, and that's the else if, the outputs.length is greater than 1. That's just a sanity check. And then the output is equal. Then the equals true. Right? The combustion prompts, if inventory of I dot item stack dot collectible code dot why I literally never why does it consume crafting? I've never called that code. Thank you. I've literally typed code a myriad of times today, and the AI or the IntelliSense still has like it's for some reason it's just like ignores a lot of that stuff sometimes. Inventory code.path equals C properties dot smelted that code.path then equals true. Right? It's just, are they equal? Now, if equal and this, return true. I think that will do it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Visual Studio. I've been using Visual Studio for 30 years. I love it. Like it's hard for me to program in other languages that don't allow me access to the, API calls and stuff. Like it's just so good. Right? I mean, these are all like, I wish I could program in other mods for other games and have access to the object model like this. It's so helpful. It's so helpful in understanding how these games are built and what data we have access to. And some of the mods that I've customized and updated for Project Zomboid, like that backend is a absolute nightmare. The Lua is just, I don't even know how that game runs. It's so insane. The back end of that game is bad. I mean, Factorio is phenomenal by comparison. Factorio also has a Lua back end, but the two games could not be more different in terms of how well the API is built. But Factorio, even that is hard to do because I don't know of a really good Lua IDE that you can use that goes out and finds what variables and the object model that you have access to in any given place. That's what's missing in that, and God, it would be so helpful when you're in a script file in for Factorio or Project Zomboid, that you could just be like, what variables do I have access right now? What is the build a profile of the data object, of this object, or whatever. And it's just like, what do we have access to? That would have been so nice to have, but you just kind of have to piece it together bits at a time. Whereas Vintage Story, when I go back and I start programming for this game again, it's just a joy because it's so much easier to use and to code for. Anyway, rant over. So basically, grab. Oh yeah, I should probably L output current recipe. I don't have to check that. Nor do I need to check that. I'll output 2. Current recipe output on length greater than 1. Current recipe output on 1, and then string.empty. I don't want to set it to null necessarily. Null checks or nulls are bad. So if the first two, if the first output and the inventory is equal, then yes, true. Else if we have more than one output, which you can only have 2, and it's equal, then return true. Now, current recipe and C properties, I don't think will ever be both. I don't think they'll ever both exist. If one is true, the other will not. If one is null, the other will not be. They can both be null. But it's one or the other. Um, so if equal and this. So if they're equal and we have stack size available, again, we're not really worried about max like override, because with the metal bits, right, there is a variable involved here, and we don't know what the output will actually be until it's called to output. Right? It could be a range of 1 to 7. Stack size of 4 with a variable of 3. So you go down 3 and up 3, and that's your range. We don't know where that's going to be until we actually make the call, because it uses a random, right? It uses a base game random, the random generator, where it's just give me the next random number. And that's what determines what we get. Now we could determine that value as soon as the recipe starts to craft. That's one way to handle that. As soon as that recipe is validated and the machine starts to craft, that it basically resolves that and says this is what you're going to output, and then we could match against that. Right now, as soon as the stack is full, it will spit them out into the world. And for now, I'm going to leave it there. Okay. So, if this gets all through the for loop, right? Because this is a special case. Slot ID equals 0, 4 stack null. I don't want to continue on because we actually read the slot ID, and slot ID is 0, and that's bad. So this for loop is the first, like this if, this we need to return out of here regardless. So return false if all of this stuff fails. If it checks literally 9 other slots and none of it passes, there's no room in any of them, then fail, which is what we want to do. All right, moving on. This is the kiln. Let's go to the log splitter. Has room in output. I think this will be a really simple one. Maybe not the forge, but let's grab this log splitter. And let's go here. Current recipe. Inventory. Yeah. Let's see. Has room in output. So we have 6 references to this. So the log splitter is really, really basic. Right? It splits logs. It makes firewood. It's, there's a couple machines in the mod that not really flexible in terms of like other things you can do with them. The log splitter is one of them. It's just a really efficient way of making firewood. So I lost Oz. He's no longer in voice. He's been having connection problems the last bit. So we have a primary and a secondary output. They're pretty hard coded. So inventory of 1. Let's do inventory of slot ID. Oh. Ooh, I pulled. That was a. Ooh. That could have been bad. log splitter. All right. So this one is a hard and fast, like primary slot, secondary slot. We're not mixing these. Right? So slot ID one saved by the copy and paste. If slot ID equals 1, int output check equals 0. If slot ID, well, let's just do this. Let's do this elegantly, right? Int output check equals slot ID equals 1 question mark, right? Output check is 0, otherwise 1. And you're like, what the hell is that? It's an inline if else statement. Right? And I remember the first time I saw these, this was years ago. When I first saw these, I was like, what in God's name is this? But yeah, these are inline if statements. Basically, I'm saying output check equals if slot ID equals 1, output check equals 0. If slot ID does not equal 1, output check equals 1. So if, and then else, which is, yeah, it's just an inline way of doing it. That's just so nice. There's null check. They're adding features like this all the time, and it's hard to stay up. It's hard to stay up on them. But basically, I'm mapping the slot ID to the output, this number here, which I could just subtract 1 from it. I know. I could just do slot ID minus 1, but this one is just output check. Output check. Okay, so current recipe is not equal to null. Output check is equal 0 or 1. Primary, secondary, which is depending on the slot ID. Slot ID controls it. So slot ID here, the only other thing is, what happens if there's not an output? If current recipe dot outputs dot length equals 1. Yeah, it's mapping because my output array, right, is primary, secondary, and then the slot ID, right, is input, output primary, output secondary. So there's 3 output slots, but 2 output possibilities. And so I'm just kind of remapping like which output I need to check based on the slot ID being passed in. Because I think every one of these, yes, every one of these has, it's passed with slot ID in 1 and 2. As I was building these machines, I was like, God, just part of me just felt like there's probably a more elegant solution to this. But having never built a mod like this before, nor have I ever worked on a mod like this before, I don't have a big well of experience on like what other people have done. So I just kind of have to solve these problems, you know, the way that I solve them, because yeah, it is what it is. If current recipe outputs dot length equals 1 and output check equals 1 equals 1. Output check equals 0. This is a sanity check. Sanity check. Do not overrun the array. Because I use this as an index, right, into an array, if for whatever reason somebody misforms or does something with the recipe where they only have one output, right, I don't want to overrun. I want to just check the primary, right? Even if they pass number 2, I'm remapping that to just check primary because we don't have a secondary output. So this would allow, I think this would allow the log splitter to have firewood in the first slot and the second slot if there's a firewood recipe, right? If there's a firewood recipe that doesn't have a secondary output, right? All of mine do, right? They all do. But if you didn't, right, then it's essentially like, oh, firewood is your primary, and going in here and saying, well, yeah, they're technically sending in slot ID 2, but we only have one output, so just don't look for the don't look for another output if we don't have it, because that would be bad. It would be, yeah, an immediate exception. Okay, so inventory slot ID at stack size. So, like, if slot ID, the code.path, slot ID, the code.path is not equal, and if the max stack size is less than the output. So this actually takes into account the craft and how many it's going to make. The problem with this is you don't get an overrun. It's when you're using a game or something, and it's like it's starting to fill up a slot, and it, you know, if you have one, let's say you have one item available, one slot capacity left, and you put 20 in, and it puts 1 in the first one and like 19 in the second one. There's a bunch of code that does that. I just want to tell you guys, that shit is not easy to do. Like, it is not easy to do. It's not straightforward in how that works, because initially you're like, you add the 1 and you max that stack out, but then you need to go back and be like, well, I've got 19 more. Where do these go? Right? So there's a huge amount of code that you have to do that detects, like, does my inventory, can it even take it? Like, what do we do? So yeah, features it's funny, after, you know, building this mod the way I have, you really learn in games, like, all of the crazy tiny little features that you never think anything of, that actually takes a huge amount of logic behind the scenes. Because what do you do when you have 19 things and you shift click it into an inventory where you have a partial stack and a couple other extra slots? How do you organize that? Where do you put them? What about matching multiple stacks together? What if you have varying stacks that are partial and you put a whole bunch of stuff in there? It's filling up each individual stack. There's a lot of iteration that has to be done with that. So it gave me a really new appreciation of robust, well-coded games like Factorio, because of how much insane effort it takes to make stuff like that seamless and efficient. So yeah, there's no, once a stack fills up or is partially full, if the next craft won't fit it, it looks at the next slot. But the next slot might be a secondary slot, so it won't even look at that. If the firewood is full, doesn't matter what the sticks have in it, right? Just doesn't matter. So Okay, I think this one is done. So if it passes both of these, then it looks at the stack size and it is like, hey. But it kind of already looked at this here. But this only checks if recipe is null, which this function isn't even called. Well, it is called, technically speaking. It is called because the GUI calls it. So it is called if the current recipe is null. The input can be completely empty, which means current recipe is null, and the GUI will still call this function to see it prints that error like output full. Okay. Battery is just a battery. Charger slot. Let me look. I'm going to validate really quick. The charger inventory. Right here. Max stacks. Okay. You can only ever have one thing in the slot. There's no need to validate anything because only one thing fits in there at once. Okay, so metal press. Oh, Lord. I'm glad I did the mixer first because that's a brutal one. Metal press. Again, we have a primary and a secondary. Yeah. So we have input, output, 1 and 2, and then 3 is the press mold. Because you have to put a mold in the metal press to be able to use it. So that's the goddamn inventory. Let's go over here. So again, the charger, the generator. The generator just takes fuel. That's already filtered. The pump doesn't take. There's no inventory on the pump. I don't even think it has a UI. So yeah, the metal press. This is the very first machine that I implemented. So there is a lot of kind of shenanigan code in here. So yeah, a lot of the variables, like it's a rough one. Okay. Has room and output. What do I call this? Null 0. Yep. So if slot ID, we're gonna do path is not equal path. Just to, I think that code would have worked. I didn't get any reports of the dupe bug on the machines that had that. But up here, there's definitely a thing. So we have 3 different slots. No, 2 different slots. If current recipe does not equal null. I want to say this again is a primary secondary situation, but like output 0 goes in 1, output 1 goes in 2. Like it's let me just on sim tick recipe progress greater than or equal to 1, which means hey, progress is done. We need to craft it. So now we check has room in output. One output stack. Output slot.empty. I do try to merge, which is why when I put the merge code in, it's one of the reasons why the bug sort of manifested, because it merges the stacks. It uses the base game merge, and the stack operation, item stack merge operation, like it really doesn't care what the item is, right? There's no validation of the actual item. It just merges the stack. Anyway, so this is grabbing the capacity. It will spit out items. So now we are looking at output slot. Inventory of one. Else. Yeah. This detects if the recipe has more than one output. Right? Which then we look at the second slot. So these are very, very distinct in which slots they use. So we can go back to here and do a similar thing to here. Okay. Um, Slot ID is bad. In this instance, slot ID is bad. Output check. Because, yeah, unlike the log splitter, which forces you, you have to use a slot ID. This one, you can pass slot ID 0 and null. So we are going to check explicitly if output.length is 1, let's do bool has second equals greater than 1, question mark, true, false. Okay. So if inventory of 1 dot item stack is current press recipes that outputs of 0 code up at return false. And then if has second and inventory of 2 dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot God, did it again. Fucking did it again. Code.path. Code.path. If has second. And not NP. And inventory 2.items.path is not equal current press recipe dot outputs of 1.code.path. Inventory of 1 dot collectible max stack size minus or greater or less than inventory of 1 dot plus current outputs of 0. That's stack size. Yeah, now I just realized we're in a for loop. That's bad. I might in fact need this then. Instead of being slot ID, it would be I. I will be 1 and 2, which then I need to map to 0 and 1. And this is going to be I. We need to then remove this. If current dot outputs dot length is equals 1, output check equals 0. Okay. I output check. Put check. Okay. Very almost identical. I thought I had to customize it more, but I realized partway through that I was in a for loop, and I couldn't hard code the inventory slots I was looking at. Because this will just iterate through the inventory. If they're empty, it will report that there's space. But then when you get into the actual finishing of a recipe, it will bounce it out and be like, no, it's just going to spit out the objects into the world. There's just no other way to do it. It will try, right? It will look in here if there's stuff in both of them, and like you have firewood and you have, or not firewood. This is a metal press. So if you have like nails and strips and you have metal bits, right? This should check both of those and be like, hey, are either of those stacks going to be too full from this craft? Now the problem here is the stack size, the outputs, right, of the stack size is going to be a variable output object, which if you look at the variable output object, right, again, I look at the vanilla game for like reference on how to sort of solve these same problems because I wanted to use the vanilla systems for this. So variable resolve, a lot of these are customized, massive. Some of them are massively customized to work with my system. So this derives from JSON item stack. So variable resolve. Out. So yeah, if you look at JSON item stack, you'll see more of these. I'm not going to get into those codes, but the output is the metal press recipe. So if we look at that here, there's your outputs, right? You're mapping. This is part of the interface. I have to have this for the interface, but this is the actual meat and potatoes of it. And yes, it's like the same. I don't know how the system works, but I literally built this with the base exact framework of the base game. So I didn't want that one works. So I didn't want to mess with what worked. But if we look at a recipe for the metal press, you can see, right, this output is just one. But if you look at like maybe nails and strips, we still have one. I thought there we go. I was like, I know I have a recipe in here somewhere. Yeah. So we have an output and then we have a secondary. You can see stack size 10, variable 6. So you could get 4 all the way up to 16 of these. Right? Huge variance in how many metal bits you get back. I should lower that. I should nerf the hell out of this, but nobody's really complained about the balance of the mod. So like not even like even positive. Like nobody said anything bad or good about it. It just is, I guess. I have heard that people are like adding to it on their personal side, like adding recipes. Even somebody mentioned that they like remade the blast furnace model, and I'm like, you're what? Like submit a pull request. Just like, hey, here's a better blast furnace model, and it's like I would absolutely integrate that into the game and give full credit, of course. Like I don't understand why you would do that for your own personal game and do the work and then not submit it and be like, hey, I did this cool thing. Like, yeah, I need help. I'm not a 3D artist and modeler and texture artist. So, extra metal is extra metal. Yes, metal bits are good. Okay, so this then should be able to validate that stuff. and things. At the very least, if the recipe is not null, it should at least be able to give you an error. Okay. Mixer we did. Oh, let's go back up to here. Mixer we did. Sawmill, last machine. Let's get her done. Doodaloo. Has room and output. We have slotted these 2 and 3 and 4. Oh shit. There's 3 different outputs for this machine. Shouldn't that if outside the not null also add the output before checking max size? Okay, let's go back. Should that if outside the not null. Okay, so this. Also add the output before checking max size. Should that if before the not null. It's checking if it's empty. If it's empty, it return true. That's okay. I appreciate the interaction. Yeah. The current recipe like has to be not null. But if the slot itself is empty, like there's not a lot I can do because I don't in a call with slotted D0 and 4 stack null, there's not a lot to check against. So I have to have generic like is there space? Is there room in this output? Now, it might not be the right output for the right thing, right? That's determined later. But essentially, if the outputs are taken up, then like you're sort of then you have things that you can actually check against, and especially if there's a recipe. But as soon as the recipe is done, the check. It has to go through. Okay, so the sawmill again is technically got one use, but it can also it can revert things that are made from planks back to planks. Right? So you have planks from logs, of course. You can take logs and cut them into planks. But you can also take like actual planks, right? Like a block when you make planks to build with. Of all the wood types, you can revert them back into planks. Stairs, blocks, slabs. What it can't do is revert like a chiseled block. If you chisel a block, it changes what it is, right? It changes the block. So you can't, but if you just have like a stair block and you want the planks back, the sawmill can do that. And these all these base give one thing, but these give 3. So I introduce a sawdust item. And I intend for that sawdust. I intend for you to be able to make paper with that, but I have to. All of that is not done yet. But that's just JSON stuff. That's straightforward. That's JSON recipes. But yeah, you get planks, you get sawdust, and you get sticks. So again, this damn thing. We have 3 different freaking outputs. This actually has a check. Because slot ID has to be passed. This is another one of those you can't cheese it sort of things, which is nice. So this one I do take slot ID -2, and then check the outputs for that. So this one is already done, right? Current recipe dot output slot ID -2, which is it just again it resets that slot ID. Resolved item stack. Then checks the code because this one is again a 1-to-1 item 1, item 2, item 3. This is how it's done. For the ease of my mental health, that's how it's done. Okay, so there's one machine. If anybody's been following along this whole time, there's one machine I skipped. So we have to go back and do it. And that's a crusher. Because there's so much. So yeah, there's 4 different modes of the crusher. This thing, I almost want to go back and get some more coffee, but I've already had 2 cups today. It's getting late. The cat just, Jesus, she just would not leave me alone this morning. I was so exhausted. And she was expecting something, a can of something. And I'm like, I don't know why, but, so annoying. I get out here and she just looks at me like, I'm waiting. I'm literally like, tough shit, cat, tough shit. Like, you did all that work to wake me up and spent 45 minutes meowing out in the hallway. I'm finally awake and you ain't getting shit. I ain't even if it was her day, I still wouldn't reward that. Wouldn't reward that behavior. Okay, so the crusher she has a bowl with stuff in it, but she prefers, the canned stuff, of course. That's the treat. That's the special stuff. But for some reason, she expects the canned stuff every day. And it's like, no. I need to teach her how to read a calendar. Just something small, something easy to do. Sundays and Thursdays, cat. Sundays and Thursdays. But no. The day ends in Y, it's canned food. Like it's gimme. Okay, let's go to has room and output. And surprisingly, she's left me alone. Taking a bath in my chair. So in my little cheap lazy boy knockoff chair. Okay, so again, I do not ever see the problem. The reason why this bug cropped up was this call. I started adding that ability to send slot ID 0 and 4 stack null, right? Because I wanted there to be a fast way of checking inventory, but that introduced the fact that a machine would craft and it wouldn't validate the thing you're crafting is the same thing in the output, right? Your craft would be well into it, and then it would be like, it would just shit the bed. So output slot IDs are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Dear Lord, there's 4 slots out. Right, because it's the crusher, yeah. So this one, there's no instance where it's empty. So the crusher, the 4 modes, nugget extraction, obviously crushing and grinding. So the pulverizer and the quern can be done with this machine, as well as custom recipes that you can define. So the recipe of the crusher, I think I have an example in here. I always try to have an example recipe that gives other modders the tools that they can go and they can look at, like, how does this work? But yeah, I just do sawdust from logs. Not that anybody would ever need these recipes, but they're in here for other modders to see and to use. So I think what I want to do eventually, maybe sooner rather than later, is add or make a supplementary mod that adds some recipes and stuff outside of outside of the main mod, and show that, basically have an example for the community. Here's how you integrate in with, like, vintage engineering. Like, here's an example add-on mod for my, like, I'm going to make an add-on mod for my own mod to show the community how to do it. Because I think people are skittish on how all this works, and they don't know, like, how it all happens. So basically, like, add a single machine and add a few recipes for a few machines, and do it from there. Okay, so I don't think we need to do anything with the crusher. Thank God. I was really not looking forward to this. But this is a problem. We have a return here. Returns mean none of this other code is run. So the validation isn't called. Right? So I need to actually copy this and do this. I need to paste that in again and say slot of I for stack. Yeah, collectible.code. So we are comparing slot ID. See, I do have a 0 and null. Why? Oh, the UI. Right. So yeah, this does, okay. I didn't scroll this list down. I was like, oh, look at that. It's done. It's like, oh, yep, right there. 0 null. Not that the UI call is very consequential. I mean, the code calls are always better because they're the things that are actually doing the work, but giving accurate user feedback is always a good thing to do. So we iterate through all of the output slots. But we can't use for stack. Damn it. I think I don't think we can validate this. Oh my God. I don't think we can validate it. There's too many recipes, too much shit. It would be too much code to go through each recipe. Be like, oh, what are we making? And what are we making? And what are we making? Now, granted, the base game ones, they're all going to output a singular item. So I could basically, like, have a singular asset location and just, like, If any of those recipes are not null, then grab whatever that is and just compare against that. But again, we have 4 slots that we're comparing to. So that is a problem. So this just says is there room in the output, period. Not is there specific room in the output. And I don't know if I want to tackle, right? Because somebody would get confused. And I can anticipate the comment that I put an ingredient into the crusher and it's not doing anything. Right? Meanwhile, the crusher's got a ton of shit in the output slot. It's like, well, yeah, you put something in the crusher, but all the output slots are used up. So the UI reports everything is fine, but the crusher itself is like none of these things fit, right? So let's say you have 4 slots of copper nuggets, right, in there, and you put some tin in the input, right? The machines should just sit there. Because the more specific calls to the slots is saying I don't have room, right? There's no room in here, even though the slots are all valid. So what I want to do is we are going to bump the version. I want to validate. We have vintage story. I just want to make sure that the mods that load. Yeah. These are mostly mine. Almost all of them are all mine. There's probably a couple in here that aren't, but these are all my testing. I just want to validate that Vintage Engineering wasn't in here because when I debug this, when I load it, it automatically adds it builds the mod and adds it to automatically load. So okay. So build, rebuild. Everything succeeded. And I want to debug. So I'm on 1.20.9. I'm pretty sure another version came out. I really hate that they did that to the UI in them because it just shows people like, oh, it's outdated. It's like I literally just put it out a month ago. It's not outdated. What the hell are you talking about? I could flip it. That's certainly a way to think about it. Okay, so you can see we have nails and strips that are iron. Do I have any iron? I mean, I have a plate. Let's warm this plate back up. Boom. Okay. Now, these stack. It's so funny. This UI does not tell you anywhere what something stacks to. It's the most annoying fucking thing ever. Like, why? But I think they stack to 32. I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna heat up another one. These are gonna take a couple minutes. Then I want to do one potential bug fix for the electric network as a bridge between my electric network discussion. But again, to reiterate the original electric network discussion, I may want to refactor. Aha! You can see it doesn't run, right? It says crafting, but it's not running because the output, it's not fitting the output, right? So if we take these out, then it crafts. So how do I oh, there's a kiln. You can go over here. I don't want to test the kiln. I definitely don't want to test the kiln. This thing is a power-hungry monster. I don't want to test that. Nor do I want to test the blast furnace because that's also a power-hungry monster. And if you want an idea of what all is in the mod, everybody, just do a search for Vent Engineering like this, right? VINTENG. That literally gives you everything in the mod. Like, yeah, that's all of the things that's in the mod. It's true with any mod that has a domain system. So. Hmm. How about the crusher? Yeah. Give block Vent Engineering VE crusher north. Okay, so we go nuggets. And then we need to find chunks of ore. So let's be rich about it. And look up like gold. And I know I could go in creative mode, but I rarely ever test in creative. I just don't. Can we please bountiful chunk? There it is. Give item or bountiful native gold shale 50. Okay. And then silver. So let's grind up some of these. Okay. Now, what happens if we try to put silver in here? Nothing. Well, that works. It doesn't give you the proper, like, feedback, right? It's detecting the craft. It's detecting the thing. It's not progressing because there's no inventory space. But it is working. Right? It is working. So yeah, this is a creosote oven. This is my intention is for this to be the first uh um the first multi-block that I experiment. But anyway, these are the pipes, by the way, pipe system, moving items around. Um, so fundamentally, it works, but the problem is, like, the metal press. No, it was the what? Yeah, it was the crusher. That was definitely the thing, and then the metal press just. We look at the GUIs for the metal press. Again, this was the very first machine I did, so the jank is real. Um, get help text. There it is. What is inventory for collection? You might have to give me more. I know I missed the, the reference where that was from. So you're gonna have to, if you remember, tell me where that was. If you remember where that was, I'll look at it. But yeah, can you flip it, Luther? Oh, check. That might be valid, right? That might be valid. Uh, especially in this case when I've got. Hmm. So let's. Okay. So let's go back here and do a special case here. For each VE variable recipe output in current no this one well there's any and all. I've never heard of calls like that in C sharp. Any and all, really? Are those actual calls? Um, maybe not. Maybe not. None of these are lists, right? None of these are lists. They're not. They're not collectible. They're just arrays, right? It's just an array of of things. And inventory itself has an array of item slots in it. So none of them use like lists. Yeah, none of these are lists. They're all like finitely sized arrays because they don't need to be dynamically sized, right? You have a set. You have a set number of item slots. You cannot deviate from that. There's not a dynamic, right? There's not a lot of dynamic stuff in there. And to do that, it's not to say it's not possible. It is possible, but it would be a nightmare of code to do in the game. Um, so what I'm trying to figure out is a way, right? A way that we look at the item. So, like a simple way to do this would be if current recipe does not equal null. So we're gonna do string output code. I mean, I know I do this. I'm so bad at naming conventions. Current recipe dot outputs of 0 dot item resolved item stack dot collectible dot code dot path. L output equals if remember this is a crusher. There's like fucking so many things. So we have current recipe, crushing prompts, grinding prompts, nugget type. If current or crushing properties L output. L output equals. Come on, equals crushing properties dot crush stack dot resolved item stack. If grinding properties. And then what was the last one? Nugget type. What? They renamed that obviously. Do I need to do that up here too? Grinded stack? I bet you I do. I bet you that's in here somewhere. They depreciated. Yeah, when I saw that originally the first time, I was like, grinded stack? Like, wouldn't it be ground stack? So obviously they're going through, let's see, crush, nugget, grind, grinding prompts. So I would probably detect that in the sim tick. Oh, there it is, ground stack. Okay. Or how long ago that was. I don't remember changing that at all. Okay, let's go back to what we were doing. Okay, nugget type equal nugget type dot collectible. Okay, so coming out of here, if L output does not equal string dot empty, right? We are going to get something out of this. So now we can look at all of the inventory, right? So if it's empty, that's true. Else, let's do. I need something that tracks all of the things, right? So bool matched equals false. Inventory of I dot item stack. Dot collectible dot code dot path. If equals L output matched equals true. If matched and inventory.any. Again, inventory is an actual object, right? It is one of these, right? It's a base game inventory base object that has an array of item slots in it. That's when we're indexing inventory, we're actually indexing into the object, which is indexing into this item slots, right? That's what that's doing. It's not inventory itself. This is not itself an array. We're overriding the indexed call to that object, which is this. I think it's right here. This is the call that it's doing right here. This indexed ID is overriding that call and returning the slot ID. So inventory alone is not an array. It's just a shorthand way of jumping into an item slot, which is really handy. Okay, so this is basically like, now what this does is it's like, okay, we're going to iterate through all the slots, which we have 4 in this instance, but we're iterating through. L output is the thing that we're crafting, right? And so if L output is empty, right, then we don't know what we're crafting. And there's no point in making the call in the first place, which I just got to take a quick peek at the GUI and get help text. Where is the call? There it is, right? So Bee Crusher is sleeping. inventory empty, which is the input, right? So if the input slot is empty, then you output. So what I could do, I just had a thought. What I could do on this side of things is check if matched. So what we could do is say matched equals or yeah. How do we want to do this? If the input slot is empty, which means this is true because none of these would be true. None of these, every one of these would be null if the inputs are empty. So these would all be null. So we could do an else here. Which would if matched and return true. Else, God damn it! Come on, IntelliSense, you're better than this. 100,000 employees at Microsoft. You can't do better. Because if the output is empty, what I don't want to do on the GUI side, I want to reorder these, right? Because what I'm doing here is I'm cascading the priority, right? The bottom one is the top priority. And then I do second priority is ingredient, and then the third is the valid recipe, right? So that even though they're in this order, this is first, this is second, this is third, what it actually is this is the least important, and then it's the second, and then it's the most, because I'm resetting that help text variable, right? The box isn't that big. So I have a really finite amount of space to put text in there. So not all of it can go in there. And right now, if there's no room in the output, right, it's going to have that be prioritized. What I think I want to do is I want to swap this with this. Because it doesn't, if there's nothing in the input, it doesn't matter what's in the output. If it's full, it's full. So swapping those around in the UI will solve the problem, right? We can do that same thing here. So the top priority with the metal press is if there's no mold in the press, right? If there's no mold, then that takes priority because that tells the player you need a mold. You need to look up what mold you need, right? That's in-game feedback on what steps you need to do. So step 1 is the mold. Step 2 is ingredient. Step 3 is making sure the output is empty, or making sure there's room in the output. And then obviously if there's not a valid recipe. So not a valid recipe means there's something in the input. There may or may not be something in the output, but there's something in the input, but it's not valid, right? You have a mold, you have an ingredient, but there's no valid recipe. So this should solve that side of things. But let's go back really quick to the crusher. I just want to look at this for a second. We can't avoid if inventory is empty, return true. Like we just have to do that. But again, now we've reprioritized this call. If the input is empty, right? It doesn't matter what this call is. It'll never really matter. Because this call happens now before it validates the input. So yeah, this will return, right? It'll return true if there's an empty inventory slot. But if there's no input, it doesn't matter anyway. It'll just say no input. This only really fires if this only really matters if all of those inventory slots are full and the input slot has something in it. And then you should get the error output slots are full. That was the point of me doing this. Okay, so let's look at the mixer then. This was the original one that yeah. So this one again, we're gonna go take that and we're gonna put it up here. So now I also need to update the game. So I stupid fucking moddb error. This is outdated. Like I assure you, it still works. I doubt they changed enough stuff in the API to make that big of a difference. Okay, let's go over here. Again, we're gonna put and then grab some silver and put it in. That, why is that not? That's not doing it because the nugget type. So this else if is firing. It's skipping all of this. That is why that's not giving the right. And I'm really not gonna. I have these stacked to 400. I'm not gonna grind. I'm not gonna sit here and grind them. So we would need to add this call to this call and this call. And this call. Well, why don't we do this? think I have to add this call to each one of these. Or we could just try to simplify it, call it up here, because it doesn't really matter what the state of the machine is. The GUI is not, trust me, the GUI is not changing what recipe is in here. It's just reading what recipe is in here. The call itself is the one that's validating. So if we go up here and do this, we can say bool machine full equals false. We can say machine full equals true. Okay. Now we come down here. So if all those are null, then it's going to come in here. I deprioritize this, and now if I put it down here, it's going to reprioritize it over everything. And I don't know if I want to do that. Because if I take it out of this block and put it into this block, well, in the end, this block. If the machine is off, then that's kind of important. So now, just test this. The crusher is pretty easy to test because I can just drop some stuff in there. See, it's not full. So many crusher. What is this symbol? Oh. So matched. If matched, okay. If matched and inventory dot input dot Huh. Or is my input slot dot empty? Reload. There it is. Nope. That's still. God damn it! What am I doing wrong? This is empty. That's fine. Matched and input slot dot empty. Oh, I need an or. Oopsie. There it is. Okay. Now, if I put a silver in there, now it's going to tell me output slot is full. Okay. That's what I'm going for. Right? This text, like, I try to use the same text over, multiple machines, so it can be a little misleading sometimes, but that at the very least shows, it doesn't matter what recipe you do, crush, it's still going to give you that error. So now if we move that away and we put this in here, we go to nuggets. Why is this not running? Okay. So now craft mode is nugget. Crush nugget. Nugget type. Inventory slot ID dot empty. Game nugget dash native silver. Game nugget dash native silver. Okay. Num in slot equals that. Return true. So it's finding a slot with valid. It has room. It's good to go. But then it checks all the other slots, which fail, and so it bombs out. It's like, nope. If not has room in input, return. Else, break. Right? If we have room in input or output, if it's valid, break. We don't need to check any more item slots. Right? X, break, good, go, power tick, current power, taking 11 power, recipe power applied is 11. We're going to take it all and we're going to go. And this should, yes, finish it off. Okay. And that should work. Now if we do this, yeah. Okay. Good. And stapler, good night. We don't want to return, we want to continue. So I think, like, might want to think about this a different way. So we go bool room for more equals false. Else room for more equals true. Because we can't break, right? Breaking is bad. But we also can't return. We have to continue. Because it'll check the first slot, right? And then just return. It's like, nope. So, so we have to continue. We have to check all the slots. And then if there's room for more, then we can continue. So we have to kind of refactor these. Continue, else room for more equals true. Okay. Come on. If I could type today. Jesus. Okay. So this at least should, I mean, this will cascade and check everything and just be like, hey, is there room? Let's behave a little bit better. I think I noticed some of the quirks with this machine when we streamed it a couple months ago. I just never made a note to myself to go back and look at it. But yeah, if there's room for more, if there's not room for more, then return out of here. We don't want to process. We should get the proper error because the check on this, right? This is checking an explicit slot number for a specific thing, right? So that is a more direct comparison, which gives us a much faster answer because there's less code being run. The GUI is a little bit kind of jankier, but it should give us an accurate error now. The mixer oh man. At this point, this is fine. As long as the mixer doesn't bug out on us again. Excellent. It even puts it in the right spot. Good, good, good. If I do this, do that, output slot is full. Yes. Okay, good. Look at that. Shit that works. Always a good sign. Give block. Vent engineering. Ooh, that was a huge lighting change. VE mixer north. This is a beast. This is such a beast of a machine. I can never remember what my recipes are for this. Concrete. Water portion, quick lime, and gravel. Okay. Oh. All right. You can see it's filling up with water. You're not going to get any rendering inside here. That is a nightmare amount of code that would do that. It's not very fast because there's no upgrades in this, right? You gotta put upgrades in it to make it faster. I don't exactly know how fast it is. It's not fast, but it is what it is. So now I need quick lime. Give item quick lime 50. Give block sand and this site 50. Okay, and then we're going to put these in here. We're going to put sand, quicklime. Is it gravel? I bet you it's gravel. It is. It's gravel. The animation plays because that's a really simple on-off sort of thing. It is funny how it's spinning though. Thought that was perfectly centered. Guess not. Again, these are all QP Tech based machines that Quentin allows me to use. If I take that away, yes, that okay. So that works. So that was the bug that the video was like you craft stuff and it just adds it in there. So putting this in here, the error isn't showing what it needs to be, but at the very least, it's not duping it's not duping him anymore. And that's not, yeah. See, there's a few bugs. There's a few bugs with this. It's not resetting this, but anyway, today, the last thing I want to do today, it works. There's some gooey stuff with it, but the block works. So I'm gonna leave it at that. There's one other problem that I need to address with the electric network. So we're gonna close all of the things. I'll have to revisit the mixer at some point. Okay. So the electric network system has a validation on its tick event. Somewhere in here is I'm gonna get there. There it is. So this code here, right before I would very gracefully ignore major problems like null block entities in the system, and I would just sort of skip over them. But you know, null values in this process are very, very bad, and I don't know where they come from. So it can have. This is one of the reasons why I want to refactor the electric network. I want to revisit it to make the network itself a little more stable, a little harder to break. So, like right now, this code throws a nasty exception if the block entity is null. Okay. What I want to do is possibly remove Returning false from this is a very dangerous thing because it literally deletes the network. So we don't want to do that. Check block equals API dot world dot block accessor get block. There it is. If check block is not equal null and if check block does not equal null and okay, I need to not not do it as a null check because it never returns null. Will never return null, so I have to do a different sort of check. So this thing will show you. You'll get a block instance with a block code of error. So check block dot code dot contains dot code dot path dot contains or is there a dot is error dot error? I was hoping to not have to open dnspy today, but it looks like I'm going to. Get block. So we need a world API. No. Defaulting to error. New object code. Turns 0. Oh, this needs to be all of the above. There we go. I need the block accessor. I need the implemented by probably block accessor base. I get block world map dot block. Where is the override for error? I'm not seeing it. Get chunk non-locking, get block ID. Get block ID. Maybe blocks. What the hell? Maybe blocks? Particle system uses it. That's funny. The overridden by, no, used by. Block accessor. Jesus. Oh wow. Thing is, ooh, Whoa, that don't open that. Jesus. Nope. Just remove that. That was all of the things right there. The first time I've ever had this app like hang on me. Jesus. Pretty much everything in the game accesses this in some way. Block accessor, get block. That's so weird. Where the hell is implemented by, used by? Get block. Yeah. If it's implemented by just a, I could have sworn there was like a server block accessor and a client block accessor, but block accessor base. Whoa. Wow. World map dot blocks. How is this indexer? I list. Okay. That was a rabbit hole I didn't intend to go down. Check block. So this check block dot ID does not equal 0. If checkblock.id does not equal 0 and entity is null, if checkblock.id is not equal 0 and electrical block entity is null, if checkblock.id equals 0. But rather than do these shenanigans, what I might want to do is if that block, right, we've already validated here that the chunk is loaded. So the chunk is loaded, but the block is air at the node position, which shouldn't ever happen. Right? If that is air, obviously the block entity is going to be null too. So we need to remove not the network, right? We need to remove the node. We can't do it in a for each though. You can't modify a collectible list while you're enumerating through it. So we would have to create a list of is it wire nodes? Yeah, wire node nodes to delete equals new list. And we would have to do nodes to delete dot add node dot copy. Well, node. Yeah. Okay, and then continue. I can't remove the exception altogether. I know there's a person out there that is experiencing this exception. Every time they re-enable the network, it's crashing again. What I want to try to do, because unfortunately, they can't send me their world. Because the worlds in this game are obscenely large. I wish you could. Like, Jesus, would that be nice to have a finite world, sort of like a factorial, like even 50 megs or whatever. Like that would be doable. But the worlds in this game get multi gigabytes in size. It's very, very hard. So if nodes to delete dot count is greater than 0, sometimes IntelliSense is just phenomenal. For each wire node and nodes to delete. Again, just perfect. All nodes dot remove node. Now this will do nothing for the wiring. It won't do anything for like the visuals. All it will do is remove that node, right? It'll remove that node from ticking. And then we might have to validate is there a validate? Well, there is a remove node here, so we might need to run that. No, we can't. Yeah. We can't, you can't use this because this would be true, right? Like it would be null. But I would really want, it would just basically pass the baton of exceptions to throwing right here. I can't find any information out about the node. I don't know what it would do. But let me see if there's a validate in here. Oh, that's not what I want to look at. Basically, if this triggered, we would skip the rest. But we need to run a validate. Delete node is fully loaded. Join initialize network. It's weird that somebody could load a save and get the error down below, but not this one. It's pulling a block entity that's null, and yet it passed this call, right? Because this initialized network is called when it loads. When the world loads, when everything loads, it initializes all these variables. Skipping nodes that are in unloaded chunks. No, that can't be it. I'm gonna have to look at this a little bit. I can't replicate these errors, which makes it hard to figure out what's actually happening. But once I remove the node, right, I could remove the node, because then if this is true, nodes to delete node, initialize network. Oh no, they're just going to continue going through all the other nodes. Okay, so All nodes.remove. Okay, so nodes.count is greater than 0. All nodes.remove. Initialize network. Return. True. Right? So this return true. Return false to delete the network. I don't want to do that. I don't want to delete the network. All I did was I altered the nodes a little bit because there was a dangling block that for some reason now there isn't any validation that the if it's not an air block, right? If there's dirt there, it will still be bad. So I don't know. Again, nobody has posted screenshots. Nobody has told me details. I don't know how to track down a bug where I have no information. They just tell me like it's crashing and at the least with this, if it crashes, it dumps out the block position, right? I have it dump the block position out now. And so you get your block position, you can go there, disconnect the wires, break the machine, leave it empty, go back, stop everything, re-enable the flag, go back, and it should, because it'll be air, it should trigger it, remove that node. Now, the initialized network should rebuild all of the nodes anyway, but yeah. I just want to run this once just to make sure I didn't completely bork the whole thing up and just start deleting everybody's networks. That would be bad. Okay. So the breakpoint that I put in there never fired. Right? So this should still, well, we don't have any more things, but if we put, I don't know, do we have anything to put in here? We could put, I knew it was in there. We could put these in here. See? I mean, I don't know why you do one nugget at a time, but whatever. Okay. What about over here? Can I? Okay. You can see the power is tickling a little bit, but it's actually working. I was worried that this wasn't showing any sign of like distress, but it's fine. These are. So I know the system is working. The electrical network is one of the hardest things to debug. It's absolutely brutal. But anyway, at least I didn't break the whole enchilada, which is nice, and the breakpoint didn't trigger, so it's not willy-nilly deleting valid blocks, so that's good. But this still like if this triggers, like if the exception still triggers, I need 100% to know what the hell is there, because that's why I bring the block position out. But Anyway, that is going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I got done what I wanted to get done, and yeah, so I thank everybody for coming by, and anybody who's after the fact watching this for just the funsies, then great. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Subscribe if you're new to the channel, and yeah, come back tomorrow. We're gonna continue our saga in Factorio's 1 Million Science Uber production series. So things are getting crazy now. So anyway, thank you all for coming by, and see you tomorrow.